Good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Samantha. Doggy Over Brigade.
Oh, ja, das ist toll. Hat er nachher attention die hallo ja. Klar, ja, das war ja, das trotzdem so der hallo ja.
Question.
Hat er da noch zu also. Very much.
Question. I know it. This cheese is other.
And this is also oh. Yeah, JD later too hardly there in the water.
No, okay. We like.
Later.
What about tendon?
Too hardly, and this other. Very because I'm told here that Hindi in the water white cone, Dalcon, Arunda, Tisto, a bird spring, no Tanani later. I saw the Zad, the 8,000 there. The outside of Nazi underneath the children, the party, and the soda spring. So in the toe, the little Colorado River, a bar today, the loop there. I looked on the toe, the go south to go down the west to go, third flags that down the third two narrows. A sandstone coconino, about 1,500 feet that's 1,500 feet there. You see, yeah, oh, you pristine water. I see, you only get that. I see, toss. About that he got you. So, I thought lost for the future 100 more years. I'll kick it and the Colorado River could not kiss on it. Then he came no, that he can have on the site that he don't know. He thought lost out water rights. She don't know had not know. I had lost on the. Because I saw loads in the Kaya Yoya and the Tisto on the Kaya Yoya right away, but I thought initially I just hope I lead all this. But that no, I just Susana Alta. I'm sending it, I don't that will cut. Yeah, I don't know what the such a Danish card or a net or Tatana. As a who you guys over Kaya by Hobble and all this done. At the water rights unit. I was only saying now we say beyond it. I say what that in the governors and the hope is skin the best not what are the water rights settled not here. Any to as to about an idea that there, yes. He told you as a change ago.
I got it. I can't ask killer. I got it. Later, I read my town gate, but go my kid in the gate. Lake Bahati, Lake Hadi, Washington. Oh, yeah, Naka. The Alfalfa, the Cheetah, the little hay fields. They actually toy and show you. It was that Remaliki.
Actually, all that in the surface water here. Yeah, then the lady.
Good morning, Senator Delegate Freeland calling in from Crown Point.
Hey, yeah. Crown Point, hey. brother. Conservation
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, Stille. Ramona, can you do a roll call for us?
Yes, Chairman.
Can you do roll call for us? You
Okay.
Here.
Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, Tuesday, September 1st. Jamie Hale, and your location, please.
I'm here in Rima, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Elmer P. Begay.
Yate.
Oh, Yate Mr. Begay.
Oh.
Amber Kenneth Malcani.
Delegate Amber, Delegate Amber Cannon Cardi is calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shadeja. Nathaniel Brown.
That's too. Delegate Brown calling in from Benihilton. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Shatray. Chairman, we have 4 members present.
Thank you for that roll call. We do have 4 members and a quorum. It is 10:12 a.m. We'll call this meeting to order. Although with that, we have citizen. We had even a check point not I give it schedule. Octavia could should not get over begin to the having to
members of Budget Finance Committee too. So yet or staff. Other people that are on this phone line, you know. So happy to know. The teaching but like the clinic is the about it. Although you have no sound in my around the car, around the here when he has any clinic corner, around the corner, needs I have cheese, the corner when it's long, not it, needs in level. Other person, sister, I don't know that other which long to the citizen those as last comment. Other Disney, though the now slot of this to know that the just keep those other children. A lot of other Sundays and things like that. If not, neither they been big. Out of the conquest, Chinese and leader of the call. Nick is the net and the code article, not the need to listen code. Issuing code in Dashni, needles are issuing the code, the code. About to do, I don't know what the AP or leisure, the composition code. I did zero the one his seat or this. I don't the economy, autumn date on the. I don't his last date or this come. He has 8 or this code or that against the code. Even as they call the yard 8 according here, Nikayana hot 8 or this. Niket out on the seat argent, he had just a large account yard 8 according. In Tarkis, not in Napa, Siatin. Bentonali case or this recorder. Other baby cannot be glacicky. So that they call the not the or Ben Hanajin, but what is the corner? It's a little bit scale. What are the in Hoda Bentonal case or this recorder? Attack and tsunami case of this attack, take in Taki, so what are they called? Not underneath, not the lake, even tsunami case of this. ebe da tinanit on da di code e con yard de contante hi con ben ninan sidi little code hat ade con ne ken hiten na khalchna yoni ngi tato tze anon de hat ade ye adon sata de ye khayat in da stredo de da stredo de ya de da con de ho no kinna to khadego hasin sokde competition parties das Lido sind so die Competition ja hat auch sie in der Code sind so die Company gest hat da ist die sind so die kom ayo da yo ni da ist die ja zu da kesi kom hat das in der Code hat entlang der Code die Code der hat anliege das gibt sie so Code da hat nie do das sie bei die kom bei alle bekräftigt Lido das sie alle ben zit zo de hier dat ik kom na goed eigenlijk na dit lees of dat ik kom ben zo niet zie zo de kom niet na dat large kom de des is on this arche dat ik kon na die dag of dan die dag na gaat is on alle of dat niet energie dat dat niet in de kom dan gaat die lees de kom de in veel gaat die lees de kom de alle kom ik kom c'est notre ça n'a pas que raison c'est un long ben non it de les traitons de compte et con ya de compte et ya con ya de compte et con et ya de compte busy dan zengi dan dit just de compte also aje con kost sich artig natlich und da compte kost nicht so bekannt aber Art dann sind glaube ja natlich kom nicht ja natlich oder die Code also die sind kinder hast also die ko die ich auch na hotle so ko ja hat die ho ben so nicht ja bekannt bei 100 also ich kom oder eigentlich ko not nicht in so da die ko in China Plan das ist nicht eben die drei in natlich eben ja ich kom तो उधर से तो अच्छे तो दिया कि उधर दिखो तो इpe बेटा थो सुंदर को तो एक इस थो तंजों उधर दिखो बिना दिल इसो नन सयात एही न तो यात एही अज़ यात एही को बसाने खातो दिसले से को निके नाल क्लोस बसाना तो दिसले से उधर दिखो तो एक यात हिंदी लिखी उधर दिखो तो खातो दिसने en je die niet goed aan had ik de zonnige ja tegen zo dus je nou die niet dat diep in de beetje dat ik kon ben het zo wil je als ik kon ja ik kon hanana zo toch hanana het gaat toch hanana pas nou goed dus beetje door deze die je in nog zo en je hanana die dat is we zo door deze zo kon hoe ze nou sleep dus hoe ze nou sleep hoe ze nou sleep
Okay, lahe, General Hatsidin Zuni, I hear it to the Zun, between home. I can't national. Doven after a corner, a hand hard that you stay, Bishop has to understand. They'll get Mark Freeland to select a near the Zee Sana. Shana Paul Begay, a only no. So that's all. Shana, any other delegates? Gushin Ado, Office of Legislative Counsel, Kristen Lowell, is here with us this morning. Good morning. And then we do have Department of Justice on the line.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Mel. I'm Tax and Finance Unit. I'm on the line. Good morning, members of the committee.
Hey, good morning, Mel. And then do we have the Office of the Controller, Ms. Kirk? Are you on the line? What about Office of Management and Budget? And do we have any other officers that's on the there on the line? I believe I heard Miss Angie Cody on the line also too. Okay.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
So let's move forward. And item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Peggy, would you read the agenda for us?
Okay. This is the proposed agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, September 1st, 2020. It's a regular meeting via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henyo, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are journals for June 16, 2020, June 18, 2020, June 23, 2020, July 7, 2020, July 14, 2020. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. New business A, legislation number 0168-20. B, legislation number 0171-20. C, legislation number 0174-20. And then D, legislation number 0214-20. And then E is other. 8, closing the session, written announcements, adjournment. There is a request to add a legislation to the agenda, and that would be legislation 197-20.
Jamila is on the line.
Christina, thank you for that reading. And with that, Delegate Yellow Hair, hello, we barely started. We're on the agenda right now. And your location?
That's it.
How did you
Oh, crime when the Ragania Craggy. Not awesome, that's so well.
Christina, Ramona, did you get that?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Thank you.
Christina, with this, committee members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as read?
Delegate Brown on motion.
Christina, Delegate Brown, motions to accept the agenda. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Delegate Yellow Hair seconds that motion. Though with this, committee members, comments, questions, amendments to the agenda as read.
Is the motion?
Please, Owner Brigade?
Oh,
There's a motion by Delegate Brown and a second by Delegate Yellow Hair. There was a request to add 197-20 to the agenda. Committee members, Dr. Eddie, that request.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
So go ahead.
Okay, I can. We'll go ahead and add that legislation. Was it 197-20? The legislation. And then the other thing, I don't know if this would be separate, Chair, but I was looking at our email.
was the second for 197?
Would it be separate? Okay, that's fine.
So amendment number 1 is to add 197-20 to the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll make second, Chair.
Okay, second by Delegate Elmer Begay. Just any questions or comments on amendment number 1? Shananda.
This is Delegate Amber Cardi with the question.
Delegate Cheney, go ahead, Shema. Delegate Cardi.
Committee members, thank you, Shema, for the prayer. I think if I could ask the amending party, were you going to add another item onto the agenda? I think what you were hearing was a second and not saying that separate. Thank you, Chair.
Any question, Delegate Nathaniel Brown? Were you going to add another item to the agenda besides 197-20?
Chair, I was just looking at our email from our legal counsel, Kristen Lowell. There's the two legislations, 168-20, 174-20. Her question was if this would be handled administratively. If I could, Chair, if you could help us understand this and see if this can be handled administratively. Thank you.
Commissioner, with this, Ms. Lowe, please explain the email.
Yes,
this morning.
Chair. Yes, Chair. I would be happy to, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So an issue was brought to the Office of Legislative Counsel's attention as to whether legislation was required. These are legislation. The first one is sponsored by Delegate Paul Begay, and the legislation is for an object code transfer within an existing business unit. It pertains to the C. Hassan Fund in CAP 3518, those projects that were for the chapters. And there are certain changes that can only be made by the approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and the Resources and Development Committee. For example, when you're changing a project or when you're going from one project here to another. But this is strictly no money changes, no project changes. The change is only to business object code. At least that is my understanding. So I was hoping that OMB could confirm this. I did have a discussion with Mel Rodas this morning. I was hoping that OMB is on the line and could confirm this. And if that's the case, if no legislation is required, then the sponsors can withdraw the legislation. If OMB is not currently on the line, then perhaps we'll leave the legislation on the agenda and then have the discussion within the legislation. Chair.
Thank you for that explanation. So back to Delegate Nathaniel Brown, legislation 168-20. Is OMB on the line with us? Office of Management and Budget? Okay, with that, I don't hear them. So,
Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
The other legislation that is questionable, if the Legislative Council is looking at 168, the item number C, 174, is also changing in an object code. And then there's another one that is from Edmund Yazzie, but it's not proposed to be added yet, but it's 193. Those are all changes to object codes from object code 9070 to 9050.
Okay, what we can do, Delegate Brown, is that still add it to the agenda, and then when we do get to that agenda item, and we'll, if OMB is on the line, they can provide clarification, and if they feel that it could be administratively handled, then it'd be up to Delegate Paul Begay to withdraw that resolution. If OMB is not on the line, then we would still have to address it as a BNF committee. So back to you, Delegate Brown. What are your wishes? 168-20.
Chair. I guess we're waiting for OMB. We'll keep it on the agenda and until I think it'll be more appropriate if we hear from OMB, and if they decide it can be handled administratively, then that will save everyone time. So in the meantime, we'll just leave it on there until OMB comes and responds to our questions and concerns. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we do have amendment number 1 to add 17-20 onto the agenda as an action item. Any other questions or comments, committee members? Let me know, yeah. All those in favor of amendment number 1, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green in favor. Vice
Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Amber Cuddy.
Yes, it's Delegate Amber Kenneth Clardy votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
With that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. We have 1 amendment on the to add legislation 197-20 as item E on the agenda. With that, any other comments, committee members? Want to know, yeah, we have our agenda before us with 1 amendment, adding 197-20 to the agenda. For this, I'll call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Can I choose McGriddle, no cheese, and then the sausage, egg biscuit?
Coffee shop.
No coffee, then. They give me the coffee.
Oh, so we cover orders.
Medium?
Medium, no.
Chair, whoever's ordering is not mine. Your line.
Delegate Yellowhair. Get us some.
We know who it is. Mute your line.
Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair.
Yes.
Order. I should put to hear your order.
I'm sorry about that one. Go back on mute now. Chair,
so I'm calling for the question on the amendment. On the agenda with the amendment. How do you vote?
I thought you were calling for all of our orders, Chair. I want to order iced coffee, light cream, chaha.
Delegate Yellowhair says P cards. We'll use that.
So is that indictment that he's in Gallup now?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote on approving the agenda with 1 amendment?
I vote green.
Delegate Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Amber Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Amber Kenneth Clardy votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Vote green.
Mine.
We have 4 in favor.
I didn't order up this time.
0 opposed. Delegate Yellowhair.
Hold on.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Can you put your phone on mute? Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. We have an agenda adopted with 1 amendment. With that, let's move forward to item number 4, review and adopted journals. We have 5 journals to be approved, and I believe they were emailed to us. So with this, I'll turn the floor over to Ramona.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. I have 5 journals.
journals. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding the 5 journals? I'm not hearing anything, so with that, I'll call for the question. Shananta, Delegate Yellow Hair.
How about green?
Kashina, Delegate Yellow Hair votes green. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith. Shananta, Shama, Delegate Amber Kadi.
Yes, this is Delegate Amber for Cardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Kashina, Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay, Shananta, Delegate Brown votes green. Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green too.
Kashi, with that, we have 4 for neighbor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Vice Chair on board now.
Our journal. And we do have Vice Chair Smith. Welcome. We were wondering where you were at with your perfect attendance. We were going to forfeit you a new bike if we didn't hear from you all day long.
Yeah, my phone went dead, so I'm here in Winter Rock. I'm using the tribal phone. I'm having phone problems, and I'm trying to get the phones coordinated here. So I came in this morning to Shishani, be already activated and everything. So now I'm on the landline, just FYI. So I'm here in Winter Rock, Shanata. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Vice Chair Smith. We barely finished adopting the journals, item 4 on our agenda. And so we are moving forward to item 5, receiving the reports, there are none. Old business, there's none. And then item 7, new business A, legislation 168-20. Before I call for Ms. Nakai to read it into the record, one last time, is the Office of Management and Budget on the line? Mr. Dominic Biel, our staff member, anybody on the line? Okay, with that, I guess we'll move forward with our reading of the legislation. Peggy, if you would.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. Legislation number 168-20 has been electronically read into the record. There is a Resources and Development Committee committee report and also vote tally sheet, and it said it didn't have any amendments to it. It just said it had a do pass, no amendments. Anyway, the Tonalea chapter project, I believe, I'm getting these confused now. Maybe Andy can chime in. Which one has the contract?
Hold on. I need to establish a motion first.
I think there's a contract. Yes,
Peggy,
Peggy,
hold on. Peggy, hold on, Peggy. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me establish a motion in a second first, before we start getting into the legislation. Is there a motion, committee members?
On motion, Yellow Hair.
Motion by Delegate Yellow Hair, and then there's a second by Vice Chair Smith. All right, back to Peggy.
I'm trying to remember if I've been emailing, and I've done so much paperwork the last few days that I'm kind of like not quite clear. But anyway, one of these, either 168 or 174, has the contract that shows that it's a draft contract, and I was trying to figure out which one it was, but anyway, I did send the committee the finalized contract, the signed contract. So that's just FYI in the presentation, or just to let the committee know that that's been emailed to you, Mr. Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that information. With this, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this legislation? We did, Vice Chair Smith, for your information, there was an email sent by Kristen Lowe at 10 o'clock this morning regarding this legislation. And before we were adopting the agenda, we had asked a question to Ms. Lowe regarding her email. And we needed clarification from OMB before we proceeded, but since they're absent today, we just need to move forward with the legislation as it's read right now.
Chair, can you? Chair, can you?
Vice Chair Smith,
Vice
go
Chair?
ahead. Go ahead.
I believe that it's imperative we have OMB to be part of this, because I don't want to hear them say again, well, we want to give a report on why we want to chunk when we were doing the budget. Okay, and we really need them to be here. I mean, if they were notified, if they were told to be, they should be part of this anyway. So if Peggy could give them a call, and if they don't answer, then put it on record that they didn't answer, they're not here, and then we should really have them on board. But if we're going to act on the legislation, I think it should be on record that OMB is not being part of this discussion. Chair, that's really bothersome. Thank you, Chair.
I did, Shananta, Vice Chair, I did call them out if they were on the line at the beginning of the meeting and during the adoption of the agenda. And then right before we entertain 168-20. This is the question here before us, Chair Smith, is that this legislation is just changing an object code. And the question from Legislative Council was, can this be done administratively, or does it need legislation? But OMB is not present to answer that question for us, so I believe RDC has acted on that legislation, and it's before us right now for final action. For this committee members, any other questions or comments? Call for the question. Delegate Yellowhair.
How about Crane?
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Crotty votes green if we are in order. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Yeah. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting on legislation 168-20. Paul Begay is present. Were you here, Shananta?
Yes, I am, Chair. I am here.
So your chapter projects are about to begin.
Yes. Present as yes, Chair.
I don't get but so han seen so we got so.
Chair, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, my colleagues, appreciate it. The community of Tonalea, Red Lake, here in the Arizona area, Western Navajo. We're looking forward to quite a few years, almost 10 years now, without a chapter. Cool. I see. Yeah, they can't wait to see. no. I think some are even checking the draft to the chapter to see if anything has changed or if there's materials that have been delivered or things like that. People are looking forward to this. Here some colleagues Muslingi here had the Shnido listo Belabasi Glido at the two administrations, three administrations that been done this Chehdi Adik Nahalo Kadan Tabaho Jishako Ido Hen Edition so the quite get legislation so the issue hashtag Nito budget transfer Ningi ADEC Beniga ko issue hashtag Nito Ado Tehego Kindi Islanat Lehigi Ho want the Yindo Nahat the Yinigito Nahataya at Ehiti Hotigino Hota has Ango Nahado Nisko Arizona Helsinki has Angeko Ehota Bala Nata Nitzendo Bahita Nitzen Job Bagi Betlahan Daz Lago Kobe Ben Han so case on Nahaladon need Ibahins called quite deo about this chair here.
The shaker listener Dashana they'll get the gate big on there. Ado I didn't know so item B let's listen
This is Andy with CPMD. I just want to clarify on the budget transfer. I was verifying, compiling the contract, and with this, the budget transfer was signed off by our division director and our department manager. Then, when it got to OMB, they asked us for the legislation. This has to be changed since it was into law. So I just want to be very clear that we want to get this situated before I finalize the contract. I guess the DOJ and OMB want the contract because we just want to make sure it does not stall because I got the contract ready and compiled before I release it to the 164 reviews. We want to make sure it's clear that OMB does require a legislation change or does not require legislation change. Administratively, it can be done. So I just want to make that clear. It's the same situation with the Standing Rock project. Idea. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's move forward. 171-20. I haven't heard Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. Are you on the line with us? First call, Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. Second call, Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. On the third and final call, Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. No sponsors, so let's move forward to item C, legislation 174-20. I didn't hear Shatile. Delegate Mark Freeland, are you still on the line with us?
Oh, good morning, Shana. Budget Finance Committee members. Good morning. Good morning.
With this, Iggy, would you read the legislation to the record for us?
Okay, members of the committee, this legislation is item C, legislation number 0174-20, an action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change in Resolution Cap 3518, Exhibit D number 112, Standing Rock Chapter Sa'ahi Head Start construction project by changing budget line item number from 9070 to budget line item 9050, sponsored by Mark Freeland, Council Delegate. This has been electronically read into the record, and the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment.
Okay, thank you for that. Committee members, is there a motion?
Delegate
Brown on motion.
Okay, Delegate Amber Cruddy?
Yes.
Delegate Amber Cruddy, are you motioning on this legislation?
Yes. Yes, Chair. This is Delegate Cruddy, and I motion.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion by Delegate Amber Cruddy and second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown on this legislation. With this committee members, we do have Delegate Mark Freeland on the line with us, so maybe you can explain a little bit, Delegate Freeland.
Good morning, Shantai, Chairman Hinyo Shinado, Shmayajado, Shinado, Shitile, Ado Shina, Honorable Yellow Hair. Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members, honorable colleagues. I'm calling this morning from Crown Point chapter, and I'm here with my officials at a planning meeting, so I'll do my best this morning to explain to you my legislation again. This is a simple formality of moving some funds over for the Standing Rock Head Start Center. And I don't know if it's comparable to what you just were speaking about, 0168-20. And it would be nice to get some clarification from OMB or whoever could make that determination if it has to be legally a legal opinion. But this is really just transferring funds from one budget line item, 9070 to budget item 9050. It's of course for the Te'ai Head Start construction project. This is a project that was funded through the Sehosen, and it was funded by my predecessor, Honorable Jonathan Perry, to get a Head Start building going out there in Standing Rock. So the project is moving along. The design is complete, so we want to make sure that we keep things going momentum-wise. On the line with me, Shanta, is Andy Thomas from CPMD. Andy, do you want to add anything?
Shananta, Yat Enon, the Andy Thomas CPMD. I just want to make sure I ran into the verifying all my accounts are available, and doing the budget transfer. Division director signed off, our department manager signed off, just to make sure all the funds were in the right line item. And this is what triggered the budget change. OMB emailed me saying, "Hey, we got to have a project change. This has to be since it was signed into law. We got to make sure the committees approve this." So this is why it triggered. Typically, before if the Cap 138, the citizen was not signed into law, typically everything would be done administratively internally. So I just want to make sure everything is clear before I release the 164 packet for the Standing Rock Head Start project. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, good morning.
Chair, this is Kristen, if I may.
Hold on. Delegate Freeland. So, is that extent your presentation, or do you have to add? Are you adding more?
Pretty simple, straightforward, explanatory. Just moving some funds from one line item to another. Chair, Budget Finance Committee members, thank you.
I guess with this.
Chair.
Chair. Hold on. Committee members. We do have our legislative counsel, Kristen Lowe, who would like to address the committee before we ask any questions. So, Ms. Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Mr. Thomas's comments, and I did send an email. I want the committee to know that I did send an email to Mr. Thomas, and I am going to attempt to track down as much information as I can to resolve this issue before 0193 comes before the committee. And I think from what I'm hearing, it seems like this should have been handled administratively, and I'm just concerned that OMB is misinterpreting the legislation. So I just want to let the committee members know that I will be following up on that, Chair.
So one question for the committee's information, Ms. Bo, is that if the committee does act on it, we are still in order without OMB's input.
Good morning, Chair. This is Lisa with OMB. Whenever you're ready.
Back to you, Kristen.
Yes, I'm sorry, Chair. Go ahead.
The question was, even without OMB's input, if the committee acts on this, we are still in order.
Chair, I think it's superfluous, and I think it's not needed. And I guess my concern is I want to be clear that even if the committee does act on this, that we all, meaning OMB, CPMD, DOJ, OLC, get clarity on why OMB is requesting this. And if it's not needed, we're not going to do this legislation, this type of legislation that is going forward. So I really would like to hear from OMB before the committee votes on it. That's just my request, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe I heard Lisa Jim on the line. So good morning, Ms. Jim. We are on legislation 174-20. Sponsored by Delegate Mark Freeland, regarding a budget change in budget line item from 9070 to 9050. We need some input from OMB. We had similar legislation 168-20, which the committee acted on prior to OMB coming on the line, and we were trying to call out OMB. But if you would give us some explanation, Ms. Jim.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. Again, this is Lisa Jim with OMB. It is our understanding that from moving from one object code to another within the same business unit is a budget transfer. It does not require legislation, as Ms. Lowell had addressed. And we agree that it should be handled administratively. The only thing that we require legislation for are changes in the years or the amounts, the funds. If the funds are moving from one project to another, then we would require legislation. So just doing a simple budget transfer, that can be done administratively. And I'm glad we have somebody representing DCD on the line so we can get that cleared up. And we can, I guess maybe this would need to be put in writing, or maybe a simple email to let everyone know that this is what this is just a simple budget transfer from one object code to another. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I believe there's
Chair, this is Delegate Yeller here.
Hold on. There's that breakdown in communication again between a CPMD and OMB. As far as Mr. Thomas earlier testified that he was advised to do legislation regarding this subject here. And now I think both the CPMD and OMB need to still communicate. We've been stressing this for a long time. And so therefore, we'll keep stressing that there needs to be communication. So right now, committee members, Delegate Mark Freeland, with your legislation, it does not require legislative action, Jim. It can be done administratively, working through CPMD. So I'll be back to you, Delegate Freeland. What do you wish to do with your legislation 174-20?
Okay. Budget and Finance Committee. I'm so used to saying Resource and Development Committee. I'm sorry. Budget and Finance Committee, Chakali, yeah. Considering that this is a simple budget transfer, I'm sure this can be done administratively, of course, but I'll look at maybe just go ahead and withdrawing the legislation then, if that's the case. I appreciate the clarification. I wish we would have known this earlier. That way we wouldn't have to jump through any hoops, the RDC hoops. But, I guess it's a way for us to learn and move forward and progress as long as we get the budget transfer done. So, but thank you for the clarification, OMB, and Mr. Thomas. We have our orders now to go ahead and do it administratively, okay? So we'll go ahead and I'll work with CPMD and get that done, Shanta. So I'll look at withdrawing the legislation.
But Kashina, this legislation. Okay, announce it to the Delegate Freeland. You have one more legislation on the agenda, so don't leave it. So committee members, this legislation has been withdrawn for consideration. So let's move forward to item D, which is legislation number 214-20. I'm sponsoring the legislation. So Vice Chair Smith, would you take over the reins and the gavel?
Chair, before you do it, this is Peggy. I have a question.
Vice Chair Smith, are you there?
Present, Chair.
Kashina. Okay, Peggy, go ahead with your question.
You still have a motion and a second for 174.
The legislation has been
Even
withdrawn.
though it's been withdrawn. So those guys need to withdraw their motion and second.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
I'll withdraw. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
I agree with it. Thank you.
With that, the motion and second has been withdrawn. For the record, cannot Peggy for that.
Thank you.
With this, Vice President, I'll give you the steering wheel.
Chair, this is Delegate Carter.
Chair, I don't have an agenda in front of me. I was relying on my phone to be activated. I don't have internet service here. I'm sitting in the NO pool. So, Peggy, can you help me out? What's next on the agenda? That way I can run the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. You are now at item D, legislation number 0124-20, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving a modification to the service contract between the Navajo Nation and Wells Fargo to provide custody and record-keeping services for the Navajo Nation 401k savings plan, extending the contract for 2 years from September 30, 2019 to September 20, 2021, and consenting to Wells Fargo's assignment of the agreements, rights, and duties to Principal Financial Group, sponsored by Jamie Henio, Council Delegate. This has been electronically read into the record, and Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Peggy, and reading that into the record, the legislation. Do I have a motion for this legislation?
Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Second, Yellow Hair.
Honorable Brown motions, second by Jimmy Yellowhair. Sponsor, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee members. DA, this is the Navajo Nation currently has a contract with Wells Fargo regarding the 401k savings plan for the staff. And this is coming out of the retirement pension, RPAC, retirement pension action committee, or something like that. But the contract was supposed to have ended, but because of what's happening in this COVID pandemic, there's a need to extend this contract for services. And I believe I do have attorney Mel Rodas with me on the line. Mel, are you still there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm here as well as Adjoa. We're both on the line, sir.
Gashina, and they can explain that a lot better than I can. So Mel, if you would.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like for Adjoa to explain it as she worked on this legislation and the contract as well.
Gashina, go ahead, Adjoa.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Good morning, members of the committee. So as Chair Henio has mentioned, the main purpose of this modification is to adjust an already existing contract with Wells Fargo. In essence, the term of the contract is going to be extended by 2 years. So it would now end on September 30th, 2021. The second major change is to incorporate our Navajo Nation Services contract into this larger contract. And the third change is to amend certain provisions, the biggest one of which is to include a new fee schedule, because the fees are going to change based on what has been negotiated with Wells Fargo. The fourth change is to accept additional authorizations and disclosures, which, if the committee approves, then would go to OPVP as part of this entire packet for signature. And the fifth change is to recognize the nation's consent that Wells Fargo is going to assign its rights and duties and agreements to Principal Financial Group. In essence, Principal Financial Group is taking over the work that Wells Fargo has done, and that's a deal between Wells Fargo and Principal Financial Group, and the Navajo Nation would be acknowledging the fact that instead of Wells Fargo doing the work, it's now Principal Financial Group doing the work. But the nature of the work would not change in that way. I'm available for questions if any of the committee members have them. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Okay, Shane, with that, Vice Chair Smith, that is the extent of my presentation. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio, presenters on this legislation. Committee members, any questions?
This is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, sponsor, for the legislation. I'm from DOJ. With Wells Fargo and the other business entity you mentioned, and what does that relationship look like? Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, there was another committee member, I think, that wanted to ask a question. Is there another question posed? Okay, if not, Chair Henio, your agents, they have the floor.
Mr. Smith, this is my Delegate Crotty. I missed the first part of your question. That was it broke up. I picked that up from where you said Wells Fargo and the relationship between the two business entities. So if you could restate the first part of the question.
Oh, that's the question. Thank you, Chair.
With that, go to Adjoa.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Delegate Crotty, in essence, Principal Financial Group bought the part of Wells Fargo that does institutional retirement and trust business. So Principal now owns that portion, which is why it is now going to be Principal Financial Group in the documents as opposed to Wells Fargo. But for the nation's purposes, the work that is being done is not going to change. I hope that answers your question, but please let me know if I've misunderstood. Thank you.
I believe, Ajwa, the question was, what's the relationship between Principal and Wells Fargo?
Thank you, Chair Henio. So yes, Principal has bought the portion of Wells Fargo that does the institutional retirement and trust business. So the portion of Wells Fargo that was doing the services for the nation is now owned by Principal Financial Group.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, committee members, one thing that I need to point out is that this is time sensitive also. It needs the president's signature by a certain date for this contract. And Mel, would you explain that, the need for the president's signature right away?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. There is a requirement by law that if there's a change in fees with regard to 401k plans,
That whole
can you
thing?
hear me?
So somebody needs to meet a
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, there is a notice requirement when there's a fee change within a 401k plan. And so this contract involves a reduction in fees, which is kind of unusual because, you know, typically you see fees go up over time, but Wells Fargo has reduced their fees in this instance. And so there is a 30-day notice requirement to plan participants. Now, in anticipation of the contract being approved, Wells Fargo went ahead and notified plan participants of the fee reduction. But we do need to have President Nez execute this contract as soon as possible, as soon as the committee approves the modification. Mr. Chair.
I'll just share with that. Thank you for that explanation. Back to you, Mr. Smith. I yield the floor back to you. Hopefully, we answered Shimant Delegate Cardi's question.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of the legislation, so does it reflect Wells Fargo, reflect the company that purchased this section of Wells Fargo? Thank you, Chair. I'll go back a minute. Was I clear? I was speaking through a mask. I could repeat.
It sounds a whole lot clearer, Shimant Delegate Cardi.
Thank you, Chair. My question was, so should the legislation reflect the new company, or keeping Wells Fargo is in order? I'm trying to understand if Wells Fargo was bought out, why this legislation says Wells Fargo. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith, may.
Yes, Chair, go ahead. You have the floor.
With this, would you go back to Ajwa, if you would help me out?
Thank you, Chair Henio. Delegate Crotty, to answer your question, the original contract was with Wells Fargo, and what we're doing is amending the contract. And so the people signing on, other than the nation, on this amendment are the Assistant Secretary of Wells Fargo Bank and other individuals from Wells Fargo who will retain the duty to provide these services, which is why it remains Wells Fargo on the legislation. Chair Henio.
Thank you, Ajwa, for that assistance. Yield the floor back to Vice Chair Smith.
Committee members, any other questions for the legislation 0214-20?
No questions. Ready to vote.
This is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Go ahead with the question to legislation number 0214-20.
Thank you, Vice Chair. For Department of Justice, can you remind me? I know that we entered into litigation with Wells Fargo. Was there a monetary? I thought there was a monetary. Was there any compensation? And you could just let me. Thank you.
Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Okay, sure. Thank you for that question, Shema Delegate Crotty. I believe the question was there any monetary compensation from that litigation the nation had with Wells Fargo? Is that the question?
Yes, for DOJ. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Back to Mel or Ajua for on this question, if you could help me out.
Mr. Chair and Honorable Crotty, there was a settlement with the banking side of Wells Fargo. I apologize, I don't remember the dollar amount. I can find that out and get back to you. But that was the banking side of Wells Fargo, and this is the retirement and institutional trust side. So it's a separate legal entity within Wells Fargo. And there wasn't litigation against the retirement side of Wells Fargo.
Okay, thank you, Mel, for that.
I will get you that information, Honorable Crotty.
I believe it was $6 million. $6 million settlement. It was for that much. Back to you. You look forward back to Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you for that reply and the answer on that. Mel can get that quick as possible for Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions? I don't hear any other questions, so I'll call for the question. Honorable Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
For the record, Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Crotty will vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Crotty votes green, for the record. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Go ahead.
For the record, Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Hello, green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. And back to the non-voting. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. You hear me? I'll vote green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. The
Thank you.
legislation 0214-20 pass.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mel.
Mel, I heard your voice. Are you trying to get on the floor?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, with your permission, may I respond to Honorable Crotty's question, sir?
Yes, make it brief and quick. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair was correct. I'm confirming that it was 6.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Peggy, what's next on the agenda?
Chairman Henio?
It's legislation 0197-20, Vice Chair.
Okay, moving on down, let's do 0197-20. Peggy, could you read that into the record?
Okay, this is a legislation number 0197-20, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Navigated Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving and adopting the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan. Sponsored by Mark Freeland, Council Delegate, has been electronically read into the record. The Resources and Development Committee has a committee report that's attached, and it has a due pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet as well. The legislation on page 5, the numbers just need to be fixed, but other than that, the legislation is fine. Thank you.
Agustin Shada, thank you for reading on the record on legislation number 0197-20. May I have a motion, please?
Motion by Henio.
Motion by Chair Henio, second. I have a second.
Yellow hair.
Second by Brown.
By Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Committee members, any questions? What are we doing? I'll give it to the sponsor. Sponsor?
Let's from the sponsor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I wanted to present to you legislation 0197-20. It's I kind of wanted to label this as a humanitarian legislation. This legislation, the purpose, of course, is it's a chapter distribution expenditure plan, which is to allow for the usage of expenditure of $90 million to the chapters. It's subject to an extension of the deadline depending on the Congressman O'Halloran's legislation in Washington, D.C. Beyond December 30th. If that's the case, of the CARES Act, the remaining unspent any remaining unspent amounts will be, if the extension doesn't get passed, will be, of course, reverted back to the Navajo Nation by December 30th. Any expenditures set forth by this plan, of course, are necessary to ensure that our communities, our chapters, and our people receive basic, essential needs for humanitarian purpose. I really want to emphasize that on this legislation. We want to try to help the neediest of the need. Negi Ocha Baya, there's a lot of our people out there right now who are trying to make ends meet. Some of them have lost their jobs, or some of them are seeking other resources financially. So we want to make sure that we get down to the local level as much as we can on this legislation with this assistance. We want to ensure that our people, our Navajo people, are adequately protected from any potential second wave, or help prepare them for any second wave that could be coming up in the fall or winter months. We're also talking about flu season as well. So the list on this expenditure plan, it's allowable to expend, but it's not limited to PPE, gloves, masks, hand sanitizer, thermometers, antibacterial soap, first aid supplies, essential sanitation items like Clorox wipes, Lysol, spray, toilet tissue wipes, diapers, adult pull-ups, feminine hygiene, toothpaste, toothbrush, aloe vera, lotion, shampoo, and soap. Essential food sources, wood, coal, pallets, propane, gas vouchers for fuel, hand warmers and blankets, essential food items, vitamin C, emergency vitamin C tablets, water, multivitamin for adults and children, Gatorade, V8, insured drinks, emergency care food packages, and including blue corn mush. Essential services to include, we're looking at solid waste removal, solid waste cleanup, porta johns, support to water haulers, livestock, windmills, electric bill assistance as well. Infrastructure project, infrastructure upgrades, bathroom additions, planning and design that have to be compliant with the American ADA compliance, American Disability Act compliancy. And we also need to look at bathroom equipment, septic service assistance, cistern tank service, water barrels, workplace implementation to meet CDC requirements, utility and water infrastructure, water wells, emergency essential support, PEP, at the local level, employment for special duty pay, essential pay, bathroom addition, construction for employees, essential duty workers, essential workers, heavy equipment operators for road maintenance and burial assistance, for burial emergency coordinators, emergency hardship assistance for propane, electric, natural gas, and groceries, payment for chapter senior utility bills, electric, propane, and natural gas, purchase of for PPE for elders as well as senior centers, upgrade at senior centers to include safety upgrades per CDC guidelines and ADA compliancy as well. That's just a part of what I read off of the expenditure plan, Shanata. The expenditure plan is an exhibit on the legislation as well. We still have 175 million right now, Shanata. I really appreciate Shimoyeja for taking the initiative, Honorable Crotty, in getting 144 through, and that really spoke a lot as to the specific needs. But I know 116 and 114, I was asked for our chapters, how can we help? How can we step up? And how can we be of assistance to our people? We have a lot of great resources at the local level, Shanata. We have our CHRs. We have our Daltex teams. And I've been out to all 8 of my chapters visiting. I have 6 senior centers, and I went out with the senior center teams and went out, visited, and did full, home food deliveries with the teams. But, those drivers and those cooks, they know the local level like you wouldn't believe. Such a rich resource that we have, as well as CHRs. The CHRs can identify, who is the high-risk patients or who is the medically high-risk individuals. We have a lot of disabled elders. We have disabled veterans that need assistance as well. But this legislation is really taking it to the local level as much as we can, Shanata, to the grassroots level. And like I said before, to assist the neediest of the need right now. And I know in having conversations with leadership, this money needs to be spent. And, we just need to get it out and get as much of it spent before December 30th as possible. So, Eddie Ashantai, I have my agent with me, Office of the Speaker, Legislative Assistant Sherilyn Yazzie. Sherilyn, did you want to add anything to it? And before you do, a lot of chapters are pretty, what's the good word for it, stoked about this legislation, about stepping up. They were eager to assist. I've gotten several, as you can tell on the added comments, there are supporting resolutions as well. There'll be a supporting resolution from the Eastern Agency Council on Saturday that they'll support this legislation as well. But Eddie, if we can help our chapters step up, and we really need to ensure that they give this money to the people directly who need the most, who have the most need. And that's what the whole intent is. I mentioned humanitarian legislation, but let's take it down to the local level. Let's help our people directly from the local level. And with our chapters assistance, we can make that a reality. So Eddie Ashanata, thank you very much, and God bless you. And I'll let Sherilyn, if you need to add anything, Sherilyn, go ahead, go right ahead. If I may, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland, Ado Nana. Good morning. Shanant Atanothini, Budget and Finance Committee, Chairman Henyo. In regards to what Delegate Honorable Freeland has indicated in regards to presenting this legislation, I think it's a great opportunity for the nation to look into the opportunity of serving our people at the local governance level, where it provides the opportunity to allow them to exercise local governance, but while at the same time meeting the needs of the neediest out in the local communities with regards to whether it be their electric or their water systems or whatever have you. I think this would be a great opportunity, and this is a great legislation, and there is a lot of support from the community at the grassroots out in Navajo. So that's all I'd like to add. Delegate Freeland, you did a great job in elaborating in regards to this legislation. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Stasia. Ms. Yazi. Area Shanaka, thank you very much, Vice Chair, all my colleagues, Shanaka and Budget and Finance Committee members, Honorable Budget and Finance Committee members will stand for any questions that you may have, and thank you for any support and ask for your consideration and support of this legislation. Shanaka, Kiantago.
Bushing at further on your legislation 0197-20 and your presentation on behalf of that and looking out for the welfare of our Navajo people. We have a motion and a second in place. Committee members, any questions regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Claudia.
I'll recognize you, Honorable Crotty. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate the sponsor for adding this agenda on to Budget and Finance. It's timely. I think it meets a lot of the needs there. And thank you for the recognition on the work that was needed for legislation 0144-20. It does take a lot of work sponsoring legislation, so I know that the time and commitment. I think what in that legislation, something that we had to address was how the Office of the Controller and OMB would, constant negotiation in terms of what's eligible, what's a high risk audit finding, and then how it would be implemented. So my question would be is if OMB or Office of the Controller is still on the line, it looks like RDC passed this with no amendment, but is there something that Budget and Finance either needs to address at this committee level, or is this the perfect solution to try to get needs directly down to the people who have suffered the most from COVID? That's my question, Vice Chair. Thank you very much.
Agushi, Honorable Crotty, any other questions from the committee regarding legislation that's before us?
This is Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Agushi, Vice Chair Smith, committee members on the Budget and Finance, Delegate Freeland for sponsoring this legislation. Listening and reading the legislation talks about PPEs like hand sanitizers, Clorox wipes, and so forth. But then again, when you go into the stores, they're online, but then you can't find it anywhere. And so that's where my concern is that when this money is given to the chapters, what resources will they have that's readily available to order from and order the gloves, the sanitizers, the wipes, the sprays, and so forth. And so therefore, I believe that if this money will be given to DCD, and from there, it's filtered down to the chapter. So I believe there should be some guidance or assistance from community development as far as providing these resources, like finding a vendor that has these items readily available for distribution. And so that's one of the things I would like to do is issue a directive to Division of Community Development to work closely with the Navajo Nation chapter governments in being a resource when it comes to ordering supplies and having vendors identified and available for quick distribution of these PPEs and other supplies that's needed on the expenditure plan. Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to you.
Agushi, Honorable Chair Henyo. Committee members, before I turn the floor back over, is there any other questions? And we'll entertain those questions.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, issue a directive.
Chair Henyo, on the directive, is that what you want on this legislation?
Yes, I issued a directive to Division of Community Development to work closely with the chapters on being a resource on identifying vendors for these supplies that are listed in the expenditure plan, and have those vendors be readily available for taking orders and distributing the supplies.
Recognize the directive. Could we do the directive after we vote on the main motion to add that on regarding your directive to have the CPI or the entities work directly with the chapters to get this coordinated?
Amiga, either way, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, we'll call for the main question after these questions are answered, and then we'll go to the directive, get a second, and then put that in place for the directive. Committee members, any other concerns or questions regarding this legislation?
Vice Chair Zelmer.
I'll go ahead and recognize Helmer Begay. Honorable, you have the floor.
Committee members. Delegate Freeland. My question here is, I know that today we're going to have a District 7 council meeting here. So at that time, they're talking about supporting the resolution for this legislation. We'll probably pass the resolution and probably go for the Fortifiance Agency meeting. But in that time, we want to know if it goes through and approved by the Nabucco Council, and then when it's going before the President. I thought, I don't know how long it's going to take to get there. When it's given to the CCD, Community Development, I don't know how long it's going to take again. But the chapters already were about as how long did it take to get $25,000 approved? So it kind of to use those fundings to start what we're talking about. You know, we had to go through that using our 5 management system to procure the procurement law. We use it to get all these however we need help with the it limits our time for especially when it comes down to non-certified chapters. They had to go through the ASC office. Which is not a known so quite a day, that's all it's going to be about. Over a month, that's it. So how can we eliminate that? Is there any directives that we can do, including what to let to streamline that, the approval should be, once it's approved, the chapter should be getting ready for that. Oh yeah, so I don't know how we would do that. Here we're just legislatures when it comes down to executive branch, I don't know how long it's going to take them. So that's what is there right now. This is pandemic. We're still in this emergency situation. I don't know how can we expedite this funding as soon as possible for certified chapters than non-certified chapters. That's my question.
Hagoshi, okay, committee members, any other questions? Then I'll turn the floor over to Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vice Chair, there's Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, go ahead with your question.
Thank you for this legislation, Mr. Delegate Freeland. I'm looking through this quickly here, but I just have one basic question with pertaining to the Kayenta Township. I know in previous legislation I've made amendments to include Kayenta Township. I just want to make sure that I see the chapters on here, and as I'm aware, and with some of the invoices, that Kayenta Township has been very active in using some of their own tax dollars to help in the COVID relief fund for the surrounding, not just for the Kayenta, the 10-mile radius, but outside the Kayenta Township area. So they have been helping the surrounding community, surrounding chapters. And also Kayenta Township has suffered from businesses not paying due to COVID, of course, not paying the taxes. So all the way around, we are hurting, and Kayenta Township has been directly impacted because of the taxes they did not collect, where they use those funds to sustain themselves and to keep the office going. So unfortunately, because of that, they had to lay off people, and because of the executive orders, non-essential staff being asked not to work and going into the office as well. So from the different areas, I'm not sure, and this would be a question for Kristen Lowell, our legislative legal counsel. The way the language is right now, and in this legislation, can the Kayenta Township still apply for some of the relief aid with some of what they have extended? I will forward some of the information here, and we've been forwarding. I'm not sure. I know that Chair Henio and Shemahmis Naikai has been receiving emails from Mr. Gabriel Yazzie from Kayenta Township, and they have been actually really proactive during the pandemic, and also watching a lot of these legislations and these relief funds. So I think we, as leadership, that's who we need to praise, who are really listening to all the calls all the time, and they are watching and they're listening, and because they need help also. So they have been very proactive, and I think individuals, chapters, of course, 110 plus the township, and whoever has been helping, we need to make sure that they get a piece of this funding that is COVID related. And the other thing is, I think one of the other things that I'm hearing from my volunteers is, I know here in Denahutso, we're doing another hay and feed drive, and it's not really me working. It's actually, I have wonderful people in my community, a young chef, Navajo sous chef from Denahutso, who has a COVID relief dollar. And then we have other individuals. It's mainly a lot of young people in my community who have stepped up. And I want to make sure that we give them the appreciation for really putting their life on the line every time they go into a store, every time they make these connection with people, and even when they do no contact delivery, I know that there's some sort of exposure to COVID. So they're not asking for money. They don't have their hand out. What they're doing instead is they are hitting the ground running. And I've been very fortunate that we have our Navajo people. Well, let me just take that back to youth. It's a lot of people. It's all of Navajo. A lot of Navajo people who have really stepped up during this pandemic and creating GoFundMe accounts, creating organizations, having online bingo. I'm not sure if that's legal, but trying to raise money in many different ways to help our people. So that's what I'm seeing in our communities, and it's throughout not just my communities, but throughout Navajo also, who have really stepped up. And I think that we need to remember these individuals. And so I know some of them, like today, I read Dre, who lives down the street from me. She has given a lot of her own money and using her own resources to the point where today her rent is due, and she posted, she's like, I need to find a way to pay rent. So these individuals are actually giving up a lot to help our people, because their heart is definitely in the right place. It just goes to show that we have a lot of wonderful Navajo parents and grandparents who have taught these children to give before they can help themselves. So if we can somehow circle around and make sure that we do include them, I know that maybe we can do that in Nabigate, but that's something that I'm interested in, and we see that every day. So Asian hit the net aja, but Jay the Halondo up in there, they take off time from work to make this trip. Even working around the curfew time, they have been really scheduling on not making deliveries on weekends, and they have been getting home before 8 o'clock. Even an hour before I hear them, they message me and they say, Delegate Brown, can you write us a letter? We were going to be traveling through the nation. We're 30 minutes late. I don't want to get 1,000, even though they're considered essential workers, but who's giving them the essential letter? And I try my best to help them out and coordinate with our Navajo Nation, our Kayenta Police Department also. And they have been really helpful, watching out for our people, including our medicine people who have been giving prayers on weekends and trying to coordinate everything else around the curfew also. So if we can just, if we can really think about that and somehow circle around and bring them in, and I'll do my best on what I can do. But the main thing is Kayenta Township is my concern, because they've already spent a lot of their own funding.
Committee members, I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Mark Freeland for these questions and on behalf of legislation 019720. You have the floor, Honorable Freeland.
Yeah. Thank you, Shana, Vice Chair Odo, Nana, Budget and Finance Committee members, thank you very much for the comments and the questions. I want to start with Shana, Honorable Henyo. Thank you, Shana, for that request for a directive. I guess this also leads into Shana, Honorable Elmer Begay's question too, but the distinction between certified and non-certified. Would the certified chapters have the ability to utilize the 5 management system and have start expending funds right away? That's a big question right there, and then and there. Audits as well. We have to have the audits in place and accountability, of course, but more importantly, ask the chapters to provide reports back to who was assisted and at what capacity was that assistance completed at as well. Just some thoughts on my side, Iggy. Thank you very much, Shana, Honorable Henyo. Shana, Honorable Begay, Nana, thank you very much for the support. Health District 7, thank you very much. We appreciate them consideration of a resolution, Nana, as well as maybe put it onto the 45 agency council's agenda, but once again, the distinction of certified versus non-certified. My take on it is that the certified chapters will have the ability to start spending immediately, and will have that, I don't want to call it authority, but since they're certified, they can have that autonomy to start helping our people directly right then and there. So I appreciate that, Iginana. Honorable Brown, thank you for that story. It's always good to hear when our youth and when our young Navajo people have the courage and the ability to step up and really make a difference. And they take it upon themselves to be creative of the type of assistance and welfare that they give and offer to our people. There's probably so many other untold stories like that that are across our Navajo Nation. We think about all the hope and all the prosperity and appreciation and gratitude that's been made by individuals such as those, but we also have to think of the families who have lost as well, and all of those who have passed. And our lives are forever changed. Our lives are forever changed because of this COVID-19. I don't have a problem, and I will support if you do offer an amendment to include Kayenta Township. I think that would be a great idea. I guess legality, we just got to make sure that it's okay. Make sure that they're given the ability to be included in the legislation, but that's not really I'll be supportive of that. One thing I forgot to mention, Shanata, Budget and Finance Committee members, we're also dealing with a very severe issue at the chapter level as well. And I bring this up because the last few days I've been contacted by several of my chapters, especially our rural and smaller chapters. What they're seeing and what they're facing right now is our families, our students that are not in school are going to the chapters right now and asking our chapters for their passwords to log on to the internet so they can get onto the chapter Wi-Fi. And what that does is you get about 2 or 3 users on it. It clogs down the chapter Wi-Fi. And I asked my 8 chapters to please don't, to make sure to allow those students to have access to their internet. But what it does is because the connections are not very strong and very thorough and fast out here, we're having challenges of slowing down the systems, and the systems bogging down because there's multiple users on at once. There's video chats, there's videos that they have to download, they have to start projects. But that's one thing we're facing. I think we need to comprehend and understand is that, our chapters are not they're not able to support these requests for students being online, taking online classes right now. And what I was going to ask is if an amendment can be made by one of my colleagues to include our chapters to support or get supported by mobile hotspots for all 110 chapters, for that to be included in the expenditure plan. I bring this up because I had a discussion this morning before I came into Crown Point chapter. I had a discussion about asking Sacred Wind if there's a possibility they could work with Frontier and N2A Wireless to do an assessment of how much it would cost to do 110 mobile hotspots. Some of the chapters already have mobile hotspots. I have 2 up north, Herfino and Nayuza. I have mobile hotspots already established, but I have kids in Lake Valley and White Rock, high school students that are going to the chapters, and they're sitting outside in their vehicles and asking for the chapter passwords, and it's creating a lot of the chapter Wi-Fi cannot support what they're working on for their educational purposes. So just something I want to bring up as well as it's one thing that I think we overlooked, and I don't know if we gave much thought about this, but that's what we're facing right now. Even here in Crown Point, that's the same way as a hub. You know, we still have internet challenges regardless. The schools have given out hotspots, but they're only limited on data per month. So a lot of the kids have already used their data for those hotspots that the schools gave out. A lot of them are not working in more areas, and you know, it's I don't know what it's like across on Arizona or Utah side, but that's what I'm seeing on my side, Shanata. Our chapters officials and administrative staff are doing their best to support these requests to have internet access for our students out here. So just wanted to mention that. Eddie Ashnata. Thank you, Vice Chair, and my colleagues.
Hagurshid, Stila, I'll turn the floor over to Legislative Council. Honorable Brown had a question based off the legislation. Legislative Council. Legislative Council.
Hi, good afternoon, morning, Vice Chair.
You have the floor.
Okay, Vice Chair. So to answer Delegate Brown's question as to whether Kayenta Township is currently included in this legislation as is drafted, the answer to that is no. This is just currently for the chapters. So if Delegate Brown would like to make an amendment, I am going to need to coordinate with the Chief Legislative Counsel on this. I just want to get some clarification before I start drafting an amendment to include Kayenta Township. The reason that I say that is because if you look at the legislation, Exhibit 3, you'll see that there's a 50-50 expenditure plan for that's distributing the total dollar amount of $90 million. So I'm going to need to coordinate and get some clarification on if I would be increasing the total or if I would be decreasing Kayenta chapter. So if I may ask Delegate Brown if we could postpone a possible amendment until NABI or Council, if that's okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council, on that. Honorable Brown, the request is to hold off until NABI or Council to work with the Legislative Council for an amendment. Is that fine with you?
Vice Chair Smith, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Lowell, for your response. I was wondering if I'd like to make the amendment here in Budget and Finance, just for the sheer nature that Budget and Finance being a smaller, being Budget and Finance, and also I did also get the the okay from Shana, from Delegate Freeland as well, that he supports that. And my next question would be, can we just add where it says in the heading, adopting Navajo Nation CARES Act Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan, just add comma, chapter, and township, not just say, instead of putting Kayenta Township, maybe just township, make it generalized, and then we can, how will that work? Or do we have to change the amount, like you said, either from Kayenta chapter or the 50-50 distribution? And I want to be as, I want to have equity in this. I want to make sure that I am not taking funds from other chapters as well. I want to be very cognizant of that. All the rest of the chapters should have theirs. And I think the the fair thing to do would be to take a little bit out of the Kayenta chapter funds, and what that would look like. Thank you.
Honorable Brown, I think that question is posed to Legislative Council, and we'll let Legislative Council answer that on the heading and also the other question that you posed to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, are you ready for the answer?
Vice Chair, I think Ms. Bobroff is on the line, so I'm going to have her answer that. If I think she may be on the line. So if possible, Ms. Bobroff, if you can answer that.
Chief Counsel, are you on board?
Good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm driving at the moment. I don't know if I have a good connection.
There's a good connection. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you. As far as adding Kayenta Township, that does raise numerous issues. So one of the questions, because if you'll note, it is distributed amongst the chapters. So the question I would pose to Delegate Brown, is he expecting Kayenta Township to get a full chapter share? Is he expecting Kayenta Township to share with the chapter? We don't want, like, the Kayenta area to, I don't think you want the Kayenta area to be getting more money proportionately than the other chapters or the other areas. So that would be a question. Another way to approach this, because I'm driving, very awkward, I don't have the legislation actually pulled up in front of me. Is the distribution on the 50-50 formula? I can't actually remember.
Yes, it is.
Vice Chair, if I could. Okay.
Does that Legislative Council want to answer that? Flo?
Vice Chair, I was just going to tell Ms. Bobroff that, yes, Exhibit 3 provides that column C of Exhibit 3 reads CARES Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan, and then it's 50-50. So from what I'm looking at, it does appear that the 50-50 formula was used in crafting this distribution.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know if OMB is on the line, but the question that I would ask OMB is, how could Kayenta Township be included in that? My question is, the population of Kayenta Township incorporated into the Kayenta chapter under the 50-50 distribution? If it is, then you would want to carve out the township and give them a percentage of Kayenta Kayenta chapters amounts. And then, of course, the schedules will need to be revised, the exhibits.
Okay, Legislative Council, did we lose you? Chief Counsel, Dana, Barbara? You still there?
I hope I'm still here. I just talked for the last 3 minutes.
Yes, we heard everything you said. You just kind of went silent, sir.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and turn it over to OMB for that clarification. Is OMB on board to clarify what Legislative Chief Counsel?
Good afternoon. This is Lisa Jim again with OMB. My response to adding Kansas Township is in order not to disrupt the other 50-50 allocations to all the other 10 chapters, I would recommend that Kansas chapter give some of their funds to Kansas Township. If not, it would require redistribution. Instead of 110 chapters, it would be 110 plus one township. Right now, everything's already distributed. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Thank you for that, Lisa, on the response of the distribution. Honorable Brown, do you have any other questions on this they have?
Yeah. I really like thank you, Vice Chair Smith of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Chanel, Delegate Freeland, for your legislation. I really like the idea of using the people that are currently registered with the Kansas Township to vote. If we can use their numbers, and I don't know if that would be carving into the township funding or the chapter funding, but I think that would be the best way to do that. And if we can do that, I'm willing to wait until Nabik get to do that, and then I can work with Ms. Barbroff and Ms. Lowell. If I can do that, just to make sure that I'm not taking too much of the committee's time, and the sensitivity of the funding that is there also.
Hagoshi, Honorable Brown, we'll take that into your consideration to make that amendment and work with the, the chapter and also Kayenta Township on behalf of what OMB has mentioned on the 50-50 formula. And NABI will be one of the committees to hear this, and then also council. Committee members, any other questions?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was waiting patiently to see if my question would be asked by OMB and OOC. Thank you.
OMB, question posed by Honorable Crotty. You may proceed.
Thank you, Delegate Crowdy. This is Lisa Jim. Can you repeat what your question was?
Honorable Crotty, please repeat the question for OMB.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, committee members, sponsor, and agent. My question was to OMB and OOC. Reviewed this legislation, and knowing that Navajo Cares funding is highly restricted, I just needed guidance to know if we're on reading over the expenditure plan, if this is in line with the developing funds, because what I'm looking at, and it's not clear in the legislation, it just says entity receiving. Help me understand internally how OMB would approach this legislation, and if OOC has, they're able to vet out some of these projects. And so if the controller's office can help me understand if any of these items are high-risk audit findings. I do know that any entity that receives over, 750,000 will need an audit. So I don't know if that's something you need to consider in this distribution, and so I'll need some guidance. Thank you.
So here at Honorable Crotty, we'll turn the floor over to OMB and then also Office of Controller, reference to the question that's posed. OMB, Lisa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, and Ms. Crotty for your question. I would probably have to sit down and meet with our staff, especially Mr. Shorty and Mr. Jermaine Jones from the contracts and grant section to see how they would handle all these care funds right now. And of course, Dominic, Mr. Bial would be included as well, because right now I would think we would need to review all these budgets and to see which ones are restrictive and to see what would happen with all these funds right now at this time. Delegate Crotty, Mr. Chair.
Hagushi, Lisa, will allow that to happen. I don't know how soon Honorable Crowdy would like to have that answer, but it's going to take some coordination. Office of Controllers, Tui, are you there? Ms. Perlene Kirk? Office of Controllers, are you available to answer Honorable Crowdy's question? Anybody from Office of Controllers on board? Honorable Crowdy, doesn't sound like we have Office of Controllers on board.
Vice Chair, thank you. Maybe I could ask the sponsors, in developing these legislations, how did the sponsors foresee this legislation being implemented internally on Navajo Nation? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Chair, this is Controller. I am on the line. I accidentally hung up just now. This is Controller.
Okay, did you hear the question that was posed regarding the Honorable Crowdy's question?
Vice Chair Oates.
Okay,
I was on the line.
You have the floor.
Okay. Ado Akiha, Interim Chair, Ado, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Ado, regarding this legislation. Shadeja's question was just taking a look at the legislation, whether it's in line with the Federal CARES Act and Treasury guidance and so forth, I believe is the question. So just taking a quick look at the chapter distribution expenditure plan. So there's a couple of things that we can raise. One is there's no doubt that for the LGA certified chapters, we would consider them subrecipients. In fact, across all the chapters, we would consider them as subrecipients. There is a few nuances and I can go over that, but generally, any monies that go from the prime, which is us, Navajo Nation, and it flows out as a grant, essentially, then we would have to do subrecipient monitoring and also have an agreement and so forth. I know we developed templates, and so essentially subrecipients, by definition, if they have autonomy to expend these dollars the way they want, and they have their own financial systems in place, there's a few other things, but generally speaking, that they would be considered subrecipients. Regarding LGA certified auto 5 management system by Yatigi, that's what we call internal controls. And under federal rules, under the uniform guidance and so forth, the internal controls is required where there is a financial system, procurement system, those types of things where you're expending those dollars. So definitely under the LGA certified, then they meet those requirements. Although in terms of, I just want to emphasize while I'm speaking about Treasury guidance and so forth, Treasury has repeatedly verbally, and then the most recent FAQ of that went out Friday, they said that even if you subgrant these dollars to a subrecipient, if you're the prime, which is in this case the nation, would still be on the hook essentially for any audit findings. So all of these CARES money that goes out to subrecipients, if they're not expended appropriately and so forth, then ultimately the nation's still responsible. So I want to emphasize that. So in terms of the LGA certified chapters, because they have the five management system in place, their audit risk might be a little less than the other, the non-certified chapters. It depends on the subrecipient monitoring that we, the nation, would have to do on every chapter regarding these funds. So that's how it would work. Although in terms of the non-certified chapters, it's a little bit different. There's some nuances, I should say, because of the ASD and the DCD, they provide the technical support, as I understand. The reason why I'm saying they're still a subrecipient is because those financials, the expenditures and the financials of those chapters, they do not roll up on the nation's financials. In fact, when the nation gets their single audit done, it does not include the non-certified chapters or the certified chapters as well. So, they do have, as I understand, each non-certified chapter will have their financial system and so forth. So, nonetheless, the non-certified chapters does have the autonomy to expend those dollars. So whether they have adequate internal controls or checks and balances, I don't know, but from being that they're not certified, then they would probably be a high risk in terms of their financial system in place to expend these dollars. So the nation would still have to do its subrecipient monitoring, although in terms of any of those chapters that receive $750,000 or more, they would be subject to the single audit. So it gets a little tricky regarding the non-certified chapters. As I understand, they may not have contractual authority. So, and then also going back to the subrecipient agreement, I don't know what that's going to look like. For example, who signs off on those things for both the chapter side and obviously the nation is the nation, but mainly on the chapter side. And then when it comes time to single audit, because as I mentioned, they won't have the five management type system in place, their internal controls, not sure how they expend the dollars, their financial system, all of those things would need to be looked at, and if because they may not have the internal controls in place, then therefore the nation's audit risk will go up. So I just want to kind of chime in on those two, important points, those few important points. I will say that just looking at the legislation, I believe the types of things that it can be used for, looking at projects, some of the projects is going to be problematic given the timing. It's September 1st. We have 4 months to expend these dollars. And so I just want to highlight that doing projects, especially going into the winter, those types of consideration, the problems of execution, those are things for consideration. Although there was something else that I wanted to explain, or I think some of the food for thought, any recommendations would be, it's in the best interest of the nation to kind of centralize some of these things. For example, PPEs and those types of things. it would be best to centralize it with the nation and have the nation procure those things and then distribute those things. So that way you can get away from the single audit requirements or the subrecipient requirements. I will say with 110 chapters, the amount of work that needs to go in, that is the responsibility of the Navajo Nation. It goes up because we will be responsible for the monitoring, all of these agreements, and throw in there the various audit risks that I just laid out. And we have 4 months to do this. So those are my comments and my thoughts and some recommendations at this point in time.
Gaucher, thank you, Office of Controllers. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance, is there any more questions regarding this?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a question.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I did ask if I could get from the sponsor how they intended internally this legislation to be implemented. You know, we're learning a lot how CARES funds are not only negotiated and approved at council, but then how they're implemented and the support they need. So I would need to know from the sponsor that vision for because the chapters, I'm receiving a lot of positive response on this legislation. There are a few that are concerned about the 50-50 formula and feel that there should probably be more of a straight allocation. So I just need to know in terms of the implementation, and also in hearing from the controller, I'd like to know from the sponsor regarding the difference between the LGA certified chapters. You know, will they, I need to, what I'm trying to get at, Chair or Vice Chair, anyone on the call, how are we going to implement this? If I heard that there's a directive coming up regarding Navajo Nation will provide the vendor, or there'll be one vendor. What's the plan and the strategy? Because I don't want to sell something to the chapters or give them information that is not addressed in this legislation. So I represent, of my 7 chapters, some of them are certified. So my question is, will my certified chapters be receiving their full allocation from this amount? Are they going to be given the flexibility, even if there's a directive, to have their own vendors? And those are my questions. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, Honorable Crotty, there's several questions to the sponsor on behalf of that. Committee members, any other questions regarding this? And I'll turn the floor over to sponsor, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shinada. Thank you for those questions. What I had envisioned was, of course, utilizing the concept of certified chapters and having their own autonomy, of course, but having, because they do have the 5 management system in place, that, you know, they would have that ability to get started on expending some of these funds. That was what I had envisioned for the LGA certified. Now, as far as the non-certified chapters, you know, we have to look at support, technical assistance, and that's going to come from ASC. We're going to have to get the buy-in, of course, and I know there's a directive, but I've already talked to ASC and our area and given them heads up and let them know that, you know, there's going to be a lot on their plate, of course, but how can we support our chapters with expending these funds? And I appreciate Madam Controller giving a little bit more insight on the risks and how the potential risks are going to be taken about, and the subrecipient issue as well. But what I had visioned, Shemayaja, is getting started with the certified chapters and giving them the ability to start working at the local level, directly providing human and social services, or addressing those human and social service needs to our people. And, you know, we'll have to play catch up at some point with the non-certified chapters, but we'll really have to rely on ASC's assistance on that part. So that's what I had envisioned, Shemaja. Thank you.
Thank you, Sila, for that response on behalf of that. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Karate, did that answer your question?
Well, seeing that, maybe I could ask the sponsor's agent, Ms. Yagi, maybe you have, there's a technical aspect to allocating like chapters, and this is highly restricted money. Thinking how Navajo Nation deals with restricted money to the chapter, something like game industry, it never goes to the chapter. So is that what we should anticipate here, that it doesn't go to the chapter, but the chapter, you know, they have allocation, but everything is done through Window Rock, like gaming? Is that what we're looking at? That's the question to the sponsor and his agent. And also, what happens then when we have sanctioned chapters, or chapters that are on the fraud, as we spoke about yesterday with the Auditor General? We do have chapters that are on this fraud alert. Thank you, Vice Chair. I apologize if my signal is not clear. Let me try to find a better place.
Thank you for recognizing that. Sila, you have the floor with Yazzie.
Ms. Yazzie, do you want to go ahead and get started on that, if you can?
Yes, Delegate Freeland.
Did we lose the sponsor?
I'm here, Vice Chair. I was just waiting for my my agent to go ahead and get started on that question.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Ms. Yazzie? We might have lost her.
Ms. Yazzie, are you on board? Ms. Yazzie?
Delegate Freeland, my apologies. I am on the line, but I'm also answering a question on another conference call again. Also, my apologies. Can you please repeat the question?
Honorable Karate, could you repeat the question for Ms. Yazzie?
Tell him, we'll see. Hold on, Rory. Hold on.
Honorable Karate, are you still on board? We're having technical difficulties. Honorable Karate?
Hi, this is Delegate Karate. Me?
Go ahead, Honorable Karate. Cheryl Yazzie is requesting today, and the question be reiterated.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. My question was, how is this going to be implemented? It's highly restrictive. My only other point of reference is our gaming dollars that is restrictive. That is allocated by, I believe, the 50-50 formula to the chapters, but it's not directly distributed. Is that what we should anticipate for this funding for monitoring? And the second part of the question was, how do we address chapters that are in sanction? So they currently do not strong financial system. And Auditor General mentioned, and my other concern are chapters that are on their fraud alert list. If you could give me guidance in terms of how this funding is to be implemented and monitored. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Karate. Charlene Yazzie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Delegate Smith, in regards to giving me the floor. Thank you for the questions in regards to how these funds will be administered. I do know that based on the expenditure plan, this legislation will be administered and monitored by DCD, ASC. I do know that they have been working diligently in working with the chapters through their SPPSs at each of the agency levels. With regards to chapters that are sanctioned, I do know that like legislation with the CHISM legislation, although chapters were sanctioned, they were not put in a position to where they would not receive the 10% reduction with regards to their sanction. However, these funds would be distributed just as it would be a fund number, like not just like gaming, but your general funds use, your sales tax use. It would be distributed to those communities in that fashion through a fund number received by the Division of Community Development and acknowledged by a resolution from the chapter stating that they acknowledge that they're going to be receiving these funds and that they will ensure that these dollars will be used for the purposes solely stated on the legislation. I do know that chapters working closely with their with the CHRs as well as with the veterans, the community land use, and just the chapters at the grassroots level, knowing who their constituents are, as well as knowing what their needs are. I think that it would provide an opportunity for them to exercise local governance at that level to be able to assist those who are either in need of electric payments or getting care packages out, working with the CHRs and getting items delivered to grandmas and masanas and chays, like their multivitamins, hand washing stations, hand sanitizing stations. And earlier, Delegate Freeland indicated that there are some chapters who are in dire need of Wi-Fi hotspots. This will provide an opportunity for these chapters to work directly with these entities to ensure that they do get the necessary Wi-Fi hotspots that they need within their communities. And I would like to also recommend that with the chapters that are on fraud alert, that DCD and ASC have the chapters be placed on a tier program with those that are certified in one area, and then and those that are chapters deemed to have the opportunity to be able to roll out this program without too much assistance. But then there are those chapters who would be in need of assistance in managing the program. So this would be rolled out like a fund number, like any other fund numbers that the chapters do receive. Thank you, Delegate Amber Canasba Karate, for that question, and I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay, committee members, I think we spent a lot of time on this. I'm going to call for the question. Honorable Chair
Let's
Henio,
move
how do you
on.
vote? Honorable Chair Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
For the record, Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
For
Pro
the
Tem
record,
Chair.
Bill Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Karate. Honorable Amber Karate. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Crotty?
Hello?
Honorable Amber Crotty?
Hello? This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, we're voting on the legislation 0197-20. How do you vote?
Yeah, Vice Chair, my call dropped. I had a few other questions.
I called out for the questions and nobody responded, so I called for the question.
Okay, so I will call a question of privilege.
What's your point of privilege, Honorable Crotty?
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. So my point of privilege before I vote on this is, can I hear from the controller in terms of what are the suggestions that we can do regarding the distribution of this funding? It doesn't sound like that's been planned out yet. I did text Dr. Yellowman to ask her if community development has the capacity, and so that would be my second point of privilege. Thank you.
Point of privilege, question of privilege rather. Office of Controllers, you have the floor.
Oh, Otto, Vice Chair, committee members, Otto Shadeja, for asking some questions regarding the types of things that we can do regarding subrecipient agreements. I just, in terms of how this can be administered, I know from our office regarding these federal funds that are restrictive. We are required under federal law to have the subrecipient agreements in place. We are required to monitor. We are required to ensure internal control. These are all under the uniform guidance as well as CARES Act and Treasury guidance. So some of the things that are for consideration regarding the subrecipient agreements, we're talking about 110 of them and all varying audit risk associated with each one of them. And so in some of the ways that our office is working with subrecipients right now, we do look into disbursement schedules. My recommendation in this instance, I think, due to the risk factor, the risk assessment of these, we are required, when we go into a subrecipient arrangement, we are required to assess the risk. And so in those instances, I know Shadeja mentioned those that are on fraud alert or they've been sanctioned or they are high risk. We do recommend a reimbursement situation for those of you who are familiar with the Navajo Nation's grant. Some federal awards, most because the Navajo Nation overall is high risk, we actually front the money regarding those grant awards, and because we are high risk. And so in the same scenario, same analogy, those would be my recommendation from our office when we enter into the subrecipient agreement. So that's some of the mechanism we would be required to consider and put in place. Otto, the last thing I want to mention is everybody's got to know if you are getting $750,000 or more, you are subject to the Single Audit Act. You will be required to pay for your audit. I mention it because I believe by the time December 30th rolls around, depending on when your financial period is, let's say you're on fiscal year, your first quarter activity is for fiscal year 2021. And so sometime next year, these chapters will be responsible for single audits. And so the chapters got to be aware that they will be responsible for that. If they're not used to federal grants, they will be responsible for following all the rules and ensuring internal controls are in place, and ultimately, getting the single audit done. And so again, I reiterate that ultimately the only ones that are on the hook is the Navajo Nation. So, I just want to highlight that in terms of getting these dollars out, we will be asking for subrecipient agreements. We will do a risk assessment. We will look at disbursement schedules, and we will, recommend doing this on a reimbursement basis. So those are the things I wanted to emphasize regarding that question. Yeah.
Gaucher, committee members, continue with the voting. Honorable Crowdy, how do you vote?
Actually, Chair, there was two parts of my question of privilege. Was for if community development is on the line and if they have the capacity to implement this legislation.
Dr. Yellowman, are you on board? Dr. Yellowman? Anybody from CPMD?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair. This is Ms. Yellowman. I'm here.
Good, Ms. Yellowman. You have the floor to answer Honorable Crowdy's question.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, did you need me to repeat?
Thank you.
I'm called in from a landline. Let me go back on mute.
Dr. Yellowman, are you ready to answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Smith and honorable members of Budget and Finance. In regards to this particular legislation, unfortunately, DCD has not been fully involved in the conversation. I did receive a text last week from Ms. Yazzie minutes before the legislation was going before RDC. And unfortunately, I was not able to, or DCD was not able to provide any type of feedback during that legislative moment or discussion. I just want to clarify that ASC, Ms. Jim Martin, who is the department manager, has not been involved as well. And earlier, Delegate Freeland mentioned that he had spoken to ASC SPPS individual in his area. So I just want to make those clarifications. I do know that we had a staff member here work on the 50-50 formula. But unfortunately, it was brought to my attention on the 8-chapter call in Eastern Agency in regards to this legislation. So I just want to share that. In regards to our capacity, currently, right now, DCD is working on 47-20 in regards to the 3.5 bathroom addition. We're carefully moving forward on 67-20 with the NTUA power lines at $13 million, NTUA power line and capacity at $24 million, Camus Mountain Electric at $163,000, Continental Divide at $1 million, Pine Hill at 3.5. We're also working on our contract with NTUA for solar at $35 million. We're also working on our wireless capability as well at $32 million. We're carefully tracking 0 to 09-20 broadband, which DCD could potentially and possibly be responsible for at $15 million. Solar, again, at $15 million. propane and natural gas at 7.4 million, SHID housing at 25 million, solid waste at 5 million. And by tracking 209-20, we're looking at 68 million. Although I appreciate the need and the discussion for the resources to reach the chapters, DCD, we've been providing those wraparound services to NBOH and HCOC during the pandemic, and there's no doubt that there is need at the chapter, but as far as capacity and as far as the communications as a directive to address ASC and DCD in providing these resources, it's a tremendous task, and we really need support and need we need support, DCD, and 90 million is another tremendous amount of money to put on DCD in a way that holds us accountable in a negative way, where clearly we're requesting for support. At this time, it puts us in a difficult position. If I accept and say that we have the capacity, which clearly we have additional other CARES Act funds to expend in a restricted timeline, we have quite a few questions that we've generated ourselves in watching this legislation, that if we could have those questions be assessed or be included as well, then I could also call on Ms. Jim Martin, who's also on the line listening, to better answer your question, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, committee members, back to the question. Honorable Crowdy, how do you vote?
Sorry, Vice Chair, I was on mute. Vice Chair, if I am ready to vote, but if can you give me guidance on how you're going to handle the directive of Chairman Henio? Is that after we vote on this?
That's correct, Honorable Crowdy. We'll entertain the directive, and we'll have a motion and a second and vote on the directive.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, for recapping. I appreciate your patience while I had to transfer to a landline that I may be charged for, because this is not a local call. Vice Chair, Delegate Amber Keenan-Valcarty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crowdy votes green. For the record, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Legislation 0197-20 does pass. Moving on to the next committee level. Now we go back and entertain the directive. Chair Henio, could you reiterate the directive? And I think you're holding the motion. We just need a second on that portion. Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, and for allowing me to speak on this directive, I wanted to move forward with. And now listening to Dr. Yellowman with Division of Community Development and how much work they have on their hands, and it seems like they're pretty much overwhelmed, just like CPMD is, with all the projects that they are responsible for, and this few personnel there. But I'll still issue my directive, which is to assist the chapter governments, if this bill is signed into law, to become a resource for the chapter and maintain a vendor listing of vendors that are readily available to provide services and procurement for all the supplies that are listed in the expenditure plan. So to have the vendor list available so the chapters won't be calling all over the place, but they'll have certain vendors to call as recommended by Division of Community Development. That's my directive, Vice Chair.
Chair Henio, I'll recognize your directive on behalf of what was stated here. I need a second.
Yellow hair.
We have a second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Any questions on the directive, committee members?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question, Chair, Vice Chair.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor for the question on the directive.
Thank you, Vice Chair. On the directive, if I could ask Chairman Henio if you could consider modifying to include requesting from the office or requesting from Department of Community Development their needs to implement the CARES funding. It sounds like there's been a neglect in all of the CARES funding for them to build up their capacity. And the second request would be to modify to request from the Office of the Controller and OMB what would be their need to implement the CARES funding. If that could be provided before the next assigned standing committee. Thank you for considering this request. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. To the motioning parties, there's a request to modify. There's two requests made. Honorable Chair Henio, I'll let you have the floor.
Vice Chair Delegate Crotty for requesting to modify, and I did consider that after listening to Dr. Yellowman. And so at first I was thinking I withdraw my motion, but at the same time I figured I'd stick with it. But yeah, for asking me to modify, and I will modify that to allow the Division of Community Development to bring forth their needs in accomplishing this huge feat of distribution of the CARES Act funding. Also, the same goes for the Office of the Controller. So I'll modify my motion to reflect that, Vice Chair Smith.
I'll recognize that modification by Chair Henio. Second in the motion, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, are you okay with the modification?
I definitely agree, and that's what we needed. So, yes, let's do it.
Okay, committee members, we have an agreement for the modification of two modification on that, including the directive. On the directive, I'll call for the question. Honorable Chair Henio?
Green.
Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canisbaugh-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
For the record, Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green too.
Honorable Begay votes green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Directive is in place. I will turn the floor over to Chair Henio. Chair Henio, you have the gavel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for taking over for a few, for two legislations. Thank you for that. And with this, committee members, we are at the tail end of our agenda, but I believe
Chairman Henio.
Ellen Begay, are you on the line with us?
Chairman Henio, BNF committee members, this is Delegate Kealan on the line.
Katrina, I did get a text saying that you were on the line. We skipped over 171-20 3 times the colony. So we'll bring that rule back in and entertain 171-20. With that, if it's okay with the committee members, let's So is this Peggy, would you read 1171-20 for the record?
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, legislation number 0171-20 in action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees approving a change in Resolution Cap 3518, approving a change in project funding year for Mini Farms chapter, sponsored by Kealan Begay, Council Delegate, has been electronically read into the record, and the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass without amendment. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Peggy, for that reading. Is there a motion, committee members?
Yellow hair, voted.
Motion by Delegate Yellow Hair, and second by Delegate Elmer Begay, I believe it. I heard his voice. With that, we do have a motion and a second, and I'll yield the floor over to Shananta. Delegate Kealan Begay, if you can explain the legislation for us.
Chairman, Mr. Haney, it's Check. All the committee members, Vice Chair Smith, Shamamas Karate, Delegate Yellowhair, Mr. Brown, Shabella, Mr. Elmer Begay. This is simple legislation asking to move up the year of the assistance funding from year 2 to year 3 because a lot of these things that are in play, a lot of these projects have continued to be, I guess, at a slow pace in certain areas, but nonetheless, so I would appreciate the committee to support the legislation changing the year from year 2 to year 3. But changing the year, but all the rest of the content of the legislation still is the same. So with that, committee members, that will conclude my request to the Budget and Finance Committee. Chairman?
Augustina, with this, committee members, this is dealing with CAP-35-18, as we have done in the past. Is there any questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Go ahead, Shema, Delegate Cruddy.
Thank you. I support the legislation. I just need to know, is this similar to Delegate Freeland's legislation? Could this be done administratively? Thank you.
No. Shema, Delegate Cruddy, this one is different from Delegate Freeland's and Delegate Paul Begay. This one is a change in funding year for the project. So let me refer to Lisa Jim. Are you still on the line?
Yes, Chair Hina, I'm still here.
If you would help me with this answer.
Okay. Yes, this, thank you, Chair, committee members. This would require to change forms because they are changing it from year 2 to year 3. And we are currently in 2020, so we are in year 3. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Okay, Shana. With that, committee members, Shema Delegate Cruddy, to answer your question.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. And for the delegates who've been coming through, the delegate is trying to change to year 3, but we're currently in year 3. So I have no issue with the program. I think it's more of just the administrative part. Is there a reason why it needs to be changed to year 3 if we're currently, so year 2 happened and now we're in year 3? I think this is more going back to the Department of Community Development, because I do agree that projects are being stalled, and they've asked me to change and modify legislation when I feel that they have the funding. If community development can just answer that, because I think it's holding up a lot of these projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Che, Shinanta, Delegate KLM Brigade, do you have somebody from CPMD to assist you with this question?
Can you repeat the statement? I'm sorry.
Do you have somebody from CPMD as your agent to assist you?
No, I don't have an agent from CPMD, but Ms. Yella here is on the line, and Ms. Jim. Maybe they could assist me.
Okay, Dr. Yellowman, are you still on the line with us? Dr. Yellowman?
Good afternoon. Yes, Chairman Henyo. Good afternoon. I am here on the line, and I'm with CPMD right now trying to find the project manager, Mr. Xiaolan Bigay. I also have Mr. Adekaya, who can speak a little bit more to this legislation here.
Okay, and were you able to hear Delegate Amber Crotty's question?
Mr. Henyo, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No.
Mr. Murphy is I'm sorry. Mr. Murphy is the project working on this particular project. The key thing is, to my understanding, that the business unit was just assigned just when the year was began. So then now even now koto ADK koto year to change it is that but not so skin so the business unit was assigned at the beginning of the year, Chairman. But again, Mr. Murphy would probably provide additional clarification.
With that, community development is searching for their project manager. Ms. Lisa Jim, do you have anything to add to this conversation again?
Thank you, Chair, committee members. If the funding of the business unit was done at the beginning of the year, they have 2 years to encumber the funds. So if they encumber the funds even now, they would still have the money, because these citizen funds are only set for 2 years unless they get extended, Chair, committee members.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I don't want to delay the vote. Maybe if our advisor after budgets, we just get a report, maybe a joint session with RDC, so that we could be clear on the Sehasen dollars. We are seeing a lot of legislation, and it does delay the project when I think they could just move forward. Thank you, Chair. I guess I could withdraw that question, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
I'm ready to vote. Yeller here.
Dr. Yellerman, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. If you could work with Peggy, our advisor, and coordinate a report to the committee regarding the questions that we have on the projects, the citizen projects related to this legislation. CAP 2035-18, and what the issues are, and how they can be resolved, because we're seeing many legislations come before being asking for changes in projects and different things, especially with the changing in funding years. So if you work with her and generate a report to the committee, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I'll work with Ms. Nakai. Thank you.
Good. With that, call for the question on 171-20. Shenandoah Delegate Yellow Hair.
I'll vote green. Yeah.
Shenandoah Vice Chair Smith.
Let me really think about it. Green.
Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Keenan-Sbarkrati votes green. Thank you.
Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Shenandoah Delegate Elmer PBK.
I vote green.
We'll have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. 1701-20 passes. And with that, Che, good luck on your project.
I appreciate it, Chairman. Other BNF committee members, thank you very much. You have a good day.
With that, committee members, all of our legislations, and we are now at the close of session. We have a special meeting tomorrow, September 2nd at 9 o'clock in the morning. One legislation is on there for the audit, comprehensive audit, the acceptability. And then another one is comprehensive budget session, September 2nd to the 8th, 2020. And then our next regular meeting, September 15th, 2020. With that, though, close the sessions there. Motion to adjourn.
Yellow hair. I'll vote.
Second. Motion by Delegate Yellow Hair. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Elmer PBK. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor, Delegate Yellow Hair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Keenan-Sbarkrati votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer PBK.
I'll vote green.
Okay, with that, for the record, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We're hereby adjourned at 1:07 p.m. for a very productive meeting and a lot of good discussion. So tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, Nana, using the same landline, I believe. Peggy, is this the same line we're using again?
Yes, Chair, and I have a question.
Okay.
We're going to be going into the budget hearing tomorrow after the special meeting. I posted the agenda, the comprehensive budget schedule, but I wasn't really clear on whether we're going to be working Saturday, Friday, the 4th. Nabi wants to meet. No, I don't know. The Quishi to have a Nabi on Friday. Budget hearing. If that goes forward, the Saturday go that Sunday go that Monday holiday of course the end of the budget hearing September 8th go a quagit atojo Nchista net the height aban so that case height ala schedule that so that way Ramona and I at least will know what to anticipate going forward. This kid lay alla this the Nishigi programs so divisions again this kid halit alla da sela no email dan da text dan da even in addition nidish kid.
Okay. During our scheduling, that same question came up because the holiday and then also the weekend, and I think the response from the committee was that until we get the whole process completed. Unless if there's any other thoughts, committee members, are we still? Everybody still on the line?
I'm on the line. Yellow hair. I'm waiting for it. Let's get going. That's all.
Vice still here.
Not Ani.
How many people here?
Gushina. So, committee members, wasn't that the idea that we work through the weekend until we get this task completed?
Tomorrow, thought that evening, if we have less talk and move on, take care of the business.
Because Friday, they're looking at a special NABI and a special council session. And the reason being is because of the audit. The audit, tomorrow passed the day, and it needs to be passed before we start really moving in towards the budget. So if we can work diligently from be on time with our attendance, we can start early. We can start on time. I know because we have a full day of budget hearing on Thursday. Actually, all day, Viva. So tomorrow, special meeting in Kahako. So as soon as we get it done, we can go into the hearing mode, and then Friday, Dahona don't need to depend on I think enough signatures for the special session. I'll see how far we are. But the idea is still to work through the weekend if we have to. If that answers your question.
Okay, so on Friday, Gishe, I'm not kiho, nabi godesh aja ko such a such a budget bond that's idole.
So it depends on the signatures of the special session, If they get enough signatures, then they'll have a NABI. If they don't, then I don't think the NABI will work. But right now, that's plan as it is, the way it is right now, without until we do get special notice that there's a NABI and there's a special session. But let's just plan for it as it is.
Chair Henio.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
I think we can pull it off if we just focus and we continue to do our business and move forward. I think we should take off Labor Day and have a day off and come back Tuesday if we have to. I see. Initiate, and then we're going to get worn out, and it's going to be stressful on our behalf, Shananta. And I'm still waiting for my phone to be activated too. But at any rate, Shananta, at least give us a day off, Be considerate staff to. And of course, there's going to be a lockdown too this weekend, probably 32 hours. How do we facilitate that with those that will be on staff, on duty? Some of us will be home. Some of us may not be able to be home. Like today, I had to come in and use this phone here. That's why I'm nice and clear. And I'm hoping that the new phone they give me will be nice and clear. But let's be considerate, Shanada. Shwana. At least Labor Day off. Labor Day, ben yeah. So, Shanada. Thank you.
Well, I wish that would have come up during their discussion Monday, but nobody spoke up when the question was, how about Labor Day? And nobody said anything. And so that's why the schedule has passed the way it is. But it's up to the committee. Delegate Yellowhair, let's just get down to business and let's talk and move forward we could get a lot done with that. But it's up to the committee if they wish to recess on a certain day and come back on a certain day and Ankin Todahni as a committee. And Tuesday, we are still scheduled to come back Tuesday anyway, on the 8th again. We still have that full day on Tuesday to work on finishing up. So at best, if the committee decides to just work the weekdays, we have tomorrow. If we just pass the audit right away, we have 3/4 of a day tomorrow, depending on how late we stay. And then Thursday all day. Then Friday, depending on the special session and the non-kids here. Then depending on how late, how much we get done. Maybe Saturday, if possible. Hopefully not, but it's up to the committee. As if you have every right to call for a recess and come back on a certain day. So hopefully that answers your question, Shananta, Vice Chair Smith.
So, Chair Henio, the other concern too is, are we going to have hard copies for those that request hard copies? I know that it was kind of awkward. You get those hard copies, but they've been yesterday and have those ready for us to be picked up. And sometimes they're emailed, and that's all right. But I don't know if OMB and all those that have to prepare that can have it ready for. I'd like to have a hard copy. I don't know if any other members like to have a hard copy. But even that's it. We can move forward faster, and that's how we did it last time. Because I had a hard copy, and that's why we went through the budget hearing smoothly. Because I could refer to it and I could see it. That computer. It just gets your eyes all tired, and then it gets frustrating, and you can't write on it too. So I request that, Chair.
Good sharing with that, Peggy and Ramona. Here's a request.
Natural resources tomorrow. AI dump binders again at the office. So I don't. We've let them know they are and also the additional. I don't that the electronic copies budget sigi sto in kitchen that all feast abadi nijo. OMB ayo the website that budget form sigi that yahdaila edon kispahas and the ebini na o program sigi abadi no o email in kitchen that all feast those budget forms. I even not change stock copies. So a binders yes yeah by ja a cut so I mean yes today that's maybe towards like 4 o'clock or something like that. Binders be prepared. I'll box the fat that us I call Asian binders line on every year. Cut Asia other cuisine. So I like our box of Jenny. Anyway, the cuisine binders for all the divisions and programs. So I'm not really sure how we're going to do it, but for now, the Division of Natural Resources I don't at noon today. So actually, they have like 13 departments, I think, in that one. So that's a big binder. So just keep that in mind, and we'll try to get all the binders together today if possible. The advisors at the Badin need binders again just programs between on the electronic copies forms 1 through 4 email committee the laptops use this no make sure that form 3 usually from DPM personal management is signing to verify it. Diego Hajol H8L. Your budget form need corrections and all of that with your oversight hearings to make sure that you give us the correct documents called table and just additional advisors or reporters this morning. So hopefully they'll be helping. We've been in contact with the advisors and the reporters, texting them and stuff like that to ask them to help us since we're doing everything electronically and by telephone these days. So
Okay, thank you again. I'll thank you for that. All the hard work both of you are putting in. Yes.
Chairman Henya, this is Ramona. With your permission, can I speak, please?
Yeah, we're informal. Go ahead.
Chairman Henya, those binders that are being dropped off, those resolutions, RDC's resolutions were emailed to me until later in the evening, yesterday evening, and I was working on other things. But those resolutions, what I'll do is I'll just copy them and place it in the budgets that the departments drop off, instead of making a whole new binder for each, including all the budgets, because that's really time consuming, and a lot of the programs don't drop off their documents right away. So that's another thing. And also, I'm working on the legislation that was time sensitive. I sent that out already. I'm working on the other resolutions. I'm still working on the budget resolutions because I was waiting for the committee report. And that committee report didn't come out until yesterday, and I didn't have time to go over to the office this morning to give to Vice Chair Smith for his signature. It was placed in my box, but Vice Chair Smith is there, and I'm at home, and I'm working on the resolution. So those things, I mean, that has to be taken into consideration. If they want binders, I probably won't even be out until like way later this evening. I mean, all that information that's going to be included in the binder, the resolutions, because I still have to make copies of those resolutions to input in the binders from the departments, the ones that are being dropped off.
Okay, thank you for the information, Ramona. I believe Vice Chair there already. Then also Doug Gaylor here will be pick up the binder, but you've heard the information, Shananta, so you might have to wait a little longer.
You might be able to get them early in the morning before we start at 9 o'clock with the special meeting. I think, or make an arrangement with us when you're here in Window Rock. I can always run over to the office and open up. Ramona, are we going to just go ahead and put them in that one cubby again in the Steno office? If we do that, then we'll just leave it there, and then you guys can just come in and pick him up at your own leisure if you want. I think that worked really good with the oversight budget. But for oversight budget hearing, yeah, pretty much that information will probably apply going forward with the comprehensive budget. So,
okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
well, at Steno, when I get finished, I'll work on Vice Chairman Smith and Honorable Yellowhair's binder as soon as I get done with the resolutions, and then they should be readily available sometime this evening, probably after 5, because I still have to make copies, like I mentioned.
Okay, Shana, the other thing is when will 214's resolution and committee report be ready.
For which one?
214.
214. All I need to do is go to the office and print the information and sign it. That's all I need to do. So I don't know when you're planning to have it signed, Vice Chair, on the window rock.
I believe he's still waiting on his phone to be activated. So yeah, we could get it signed right away and take it over to have give it back to retirement services so they can go to President Nez for a signature. That would work.
Chairman,
yeah, we've had this from the last the budget hearing, Siggy. We had 7 legislations, and all of them had to have committee reports and vote tallies. You see, we have to check our minutes, our notes and stuff like that to make sure that we get the accurate information on those reports. It's kind of time consuming. And so, so we appreciate your patience with us and stuff and getting these done. But I should get that done within a few. I haven't even had lunch, but at least, maybe like by 2 o'clock or so, I should have it printed at the office. So that shouldn't be a problem. I've been trying to be proactive to write up those documents beforehand so that they're ready. So I think that it's going to go smoothly. And I'm just asking for a binder too, Ramona, for myself so that I can coordinate with the delegates that are receiving binders, so I can see what they have too, so I know what they've got.
Okay, that's fine. Chairman Henio, the resolution that you're inquiring about is already in draft form. I sent it to Peggy and Michelle for their review. I just need them to return the review document so I can make corrections on it. And then after the corrections, I'll take it over to the delegate's office for Vice Chair's signature and then submit it to legislative processing so they can do the closeout back there.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, Chair, one other question. Going back to the meeting, who made the adjournment motion?
It was Yellow Hair.
Oh, okay, and then EPB was the second. Okay. 5 in favor. Okay.
I'm pushing now. Okay. We gone now. Well, I gotta go make me some shoot here. So I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Chair. Wonderful.
Thank you, everybody. You did a great job today.
Yeah. Not so left up again. Not a Walmart. That's a bad about the subs in the first year. Jimmy Owen. What got this? Yeah. Thank you. I'm over here at Whipplewell. I'm waiting to Penny on. I'll see you. If I can make it, I'll stop by early in the morning. Thank you.
amendment and then move forward with that. I can email you the amendment that's right now.